with MD. So in the early 70s, it was impossible to get into a medical school in the United States. So he was accepted at the University of Guadalajara. After graduation from there, he came to Chicago, where he did his internal medicine residency and cardiology. So now he knows all about biochemistry and being a doctor and all those wonderful things. I'm a med tech by profession, and I've never found another doctor that could hold a candle to him. I think that I can safely say that his basic theory is that if our body has what it needs, it will rebuild itself. And that medicine is needed, but the smallest amount for the shortest period of time. And this summer I know I'm going to be water skiing and all those things, and it's only because of what this marvelous man has done for me. I dearly love him, and I know that those of you who are his patients feel exactly the same way. So please give a warm Wisconsin welcome to Dr. Nasr.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me figure out a way to put this. Can you hear me in the back? Can you hear me? No? Yes? Can you hear me now? You can. Yeah, fine, okay. How many people knew here for the first time? Here, there's a lot of people every time we come here. Well, it's been a very long day, I tell you. When I was coming here, I was very tired coming here. I started the day about 6 o'clock in the morning, and I have a horse farm to go to, see my horses in the morning before I go see patients. We're planting crops. I'm a part farmer. I go start plowing this morning, and I do that myself also. And after that, I went to the office, went out to see my father, who was very ill, to examine him and all of that. Go to get my car, which just blown the transmission on it. And the guy said, no, the car is not going to be ready for a few days. There is no parts. Then I went ahead and tried to get the other car. My brother said, no, that's a van. We have to use it for your father. So I had only dual cab truck to drive. And that thing takes about 5 miles a gallon. I hate it. I drive it enough in the farm. Then I went home to pat my manager to his house. Can I use your car? And her car was shot. Her battery was dead. So I had to go and get the battery and put it in the car, and then drive all the way up here and get lost a couple times. And I don't know where I am. I was about some place around 20 and 36, and I asked the people, do you know where's 45, where's Newberry? He said, no, we don't know. I said, where's 45? He said, I don't know. You know, I go to an ice cream place, and anybody knows 45? So you go that way. Then I keep going, and there's no signs, and I look at the watch. I say, my gosh, it's 10 after 7 already. So anyway, every time my speed pad says, well, you remember, this is Wisconsin, you can get your second ticket, and then you're going to have problems. And I said, okay, well, that's enough stress for the day. The topic I selected today for you is the second time in my life I spoke about is autoimmune disease. The reason I don't lecture about it very often is because it is so difficult to talk about it. Each disease under the immune system diseases, it takes about an hour and a half lecture by itself. I counted when I was riding in the car, and Pat was riding next to me. I'm telling her what I'm going to say in the lecture. And I counted maybe about 20 different diseases I should speak about, but I can't speak about all of them. So I figured the best way is to explain in general what the immune system is today and the relationship between that and nutrition and how to prevent it, what to do about it once you got it. These are the things everybody here came tonight to hear. Isn't it true? But something else added to the lecture for the last minute. As you know, I don't prepare really my lectures in advance. I do it 5 minutes before the lecture. Due to the fact I knew I didn't have 5 minutes, I did it in the car when I was driving. Last night on the news, something was on. I don't know if you watch it or not, and it bothered me quite a bit. I don't know if any of you heard it that yesterday, that announcement by the American Medical Association and New England Journal of Medicine and the American Diabetic Association and all these ignorant people, their announcement that food supplements absolutely unnecessary and should not be taken by any American at all. How low can you get? How ignorant people can get on national TV and say these things? I was so upset last night I didn't sleep until about 2 o'clock in the morning from that. It is so obvious lie by people who are ignorant to speak about nutrition. Well, yeah, I respect dietitians. But, let's understand, a dietitian has her own knowledge to tell people this is what you do, the diet for diabetes, this is the diet for this and that. Low sodium diet, high fat diet, low fat diet. But to speak to the national population to tell them what food supplement, why can't we take food supplements, and it's dangerous to take food supplements, it's toxic to take food supplements, that is the most ridiculous statement I heard so far. And because it was on TV, and that thing is being taped, I cannot go on TV and say you guys lying and you're liars. All of you are ignorant, which I would have said that if I was on TV. But I figure, I have enough people right here, we have enough videos, enough tapes, and if I put it on the tape, people can tell each other. And I'm going to take the first 10 minutes of this lecture to explain why we need to take food supplements. It's not part of that lecture, but it's very important, the way they put it in. And there is not too many, I didn't see too many people from food supplement companies to come and tell them you're not telling the truth, maybe because they don't know how to say it, or they don't know the scientific reason. I will make it very fast and simple why we need to take something extra. Number one, if you look at the statistics around the world, you find the people who are living in modern countries. For example, this is Europe right here, and this is Africa. This is United States, and this is South America right here. You find out that the people who live in Europe and North America and Canada have many diseases that people who live and eat fresh food right here in the South that don't have. Do you believe in that or not? These are facts I'm going to give you. I don't have time to explain each one in detail. We don't see multiple sclerosis there. We don't see Alzheimer's there very much. We don't see heart disease there. We don't see severe rheumatoid arthritis there. We don't see these things over there. But we see infectious diseases, lots of infection and malnutrition and stuff like that. But what we see right here, we see diseases like heart disease, circulation problem, strokes, And then new diseases always coming every year. Legionnaire disease comes and kills few people, and then AIDS comes and kills few people. And then we have a cancer, it's still killing lots of people. We have so many diseases, and what's the answer we have to all of these? Have we cured them? No, we have not. Then we have to think why we develop these diseases. Okay, I'm trying to correlate that with the answer why we need food supplements. If you look to the statistics, to look at the diseases we have in the United States, since the year 1900 until right now, 1987, you find that heart disease went slow in the beginning and start rising like this. Around 1910, 1920, 1930, starts going up and now going very fast up. We see autoimmune diseases like cancer, for example, going like this. We see multiple sclerosis going like this. We see Alzheimer's disease, which also another type of autoimmune disease. Autoimmune disease is when the immune system fails to defend you that you are sick. Your immune system starts attacking you rather than helping you. We call the body attacking itself. So when it attacks the joints, we call it rheumatoid arthritis. When it attacks the brain cells, we call it multiple sclerosis or many other diseases. We attack the nerves. When it attacks the valves of the heart, we call that rheumatic fever. When it attacks cells that goes all over the body and kills the body, we call that cancer. That's also attacking the body. This disease is going up. And we have spent billions of dollars in research. We achieved some degree of success to get rid of some symptoms. Like we can get rid of angina by nitroglycerin. We can get rid of symptoms of headaches by taking aspirin. But we really have not achieved a cure in many cases yet. If we look at all of that, we have to start saying why. What happened to us during that period of time? What happened to us is this. Number one, could it be that our lifestyle have changed? Is it possible? Is it possible that the food we eat have changed in its quality? Is it possible also that so many chemicals been added to our food? Are you following me or no? So the answer is not going to be a simple answer then. So let's take all these factors I'm speaking about. Could it be then, since 1900 until today, that the amount of chemical went like this in our food and air and water? Is that true or not? And then can you correlate this with this? Can you say then that the chemical that it causes cancer and it destroys the immune system, also the defensive system of the body, and make it open to develop any disease it wants? It might show in somebody as multiple sclerosis. It might show in somebody else as rheumatoid arthritis. Somebody else might have it in his heart. Somebody might have it in the joint. Somebody might have pneumonia like an AIDS patient. Somebody might develop it. We have a problem right here, and we try to pinpoint every possible cause. We're not pinpointing and saying, okay, the chemicals in the food cause that alone. We're saying, could it be one of the causes? 1960, there was about 5,000 chemicals in the food, air, and water. Right now, we have very close to 80,000 chemicals, man-made chemicals. These are chemicals that's been both in the food, air, and water, some of them with the approval of the FDA without enough testing to see if it's going to cause cancer or not, it's going to cause multiple sclerosis or not, it's going to cause disease or not. No, because it takes generations for a disease to develop. And then also, we don't know if this is going to affect us only or it's going to affect the children coming out of us. You understand what I mean or not? And there was a study in 1960 And there was a Senate hearing in 1960 by a group of senators that they were questioning these chemicals in our air, food, and water. And those senators, they were saying to the Congress to try to stop this chemical from going in our water and air and food, they were saying that this will affect the 30 next generation after generation. For 30 times, we can have diseases from what we put in our air, food, and water right now. So, if we cannot wait for hundreds of years to see the result of the damage we do to the environment, then we should not put it in the environment to start with. Does it make sense or no? Man never succeeded of defeating nature. Never yet. Because nature itself is God made. And there is no way a man can make a tree until now. No way a man can make a road. They can go to the moon, can do anything, but they cannot make a wheat seed. Until now. And they never will. Nature is perfect. And man tried to change nature. The only time man succeeded of making one metal was radioactive substance which uranium. The only time succeeded making one metal called uranium. Before uranium, there is other metals. The man himself cannot destroy the radiation he's releasing in the air. Like, for example, in Russia. When they had this accident in Russia, this area over there, and within 200 miles, it cannot be cultivated or lived in for the next 10,000 years. Because when man makes a mistake, it can cost us tremendous. So we have these chemicals and we have this disease. And the top of that, the amount of radiation released in the air by factories and also by experiments and all of that can be causing this disease. If we look at these two causes right here and try to correlate it with another cause called deficiency of food elements in our diet. If you look at the food we eat every day, it has to have protein, carbohydrate, and fat, vitamins, water, and minerals in it. These are the elements we have to have every day, consume every day, so we're able to live. There is no deficiency of protein in our environment, but we have been eating the wrong protein since 1920 until now. For example, you have vegetable protein and you have animal protein. Which one of those your parents told you you should eat the most? The animal or vegetables? The animal. Which we know now, vegetable protein is a lot better than animal protein. And when your parents told you that, who told them to say that? The nutritionists and dietitians those days said that. And the doctors told them to do that. Then there are two kinds of animals. So we know this is a good one right here. This is the one here causing problems. There are animals such as, you got to remember, chicken and fish is still animal cell. Okay, even they're not considered animals, they're still not plants either. So fish and chicken in a group of poultry, and the other is the beef and pork. Which one of these two groups right here, A or B, we were told to eat the most of? Group B. And who told us to do that? The American Dietetics Association, the AMA, also told us to do that. And they proved to be wrong again after they said that for years. So we cannot keep waiting until they tell us what to do. We had to take some action. Started 1960 when I came to this country. I came 1967, but we started 1970. 1970 we started the fight against poor nutrition in this country by the establishment of the National Health Federation in Monrovia, California. And the Prevention magazine was getting published, and Adel Davis was getting involved with us and all of this movement those days. So we know we've been in the wrong track. Can the consumption of the wrong protein for so many years can be contributing factor to these diseases or not? You understand? Okay, let's go to the carbohydrate. There are two kinds of carbohydrates you can consume. One called simple carbohydrates, such as sugar, and the other called complex carbohydrates, such as bread or starches. Which one of those is better for us? Which one of those we were told to eat it all the time and given us to us in Halloween to remember, and Christmas and birthdays and all of that? With the approval of the American Dietetic Association and the AMA for years. Sugars. This is the right food to consume for so many years. Can the consumption of this wrong food could have contributed to these diseases? Let us look back at our mistakes and learn from them. If we don't want to learn from other countries how they prevented their diseases, even they poor, let's not, because we tended to look down on every nation on earth because we know everything right here. So let's not look at the healthy Indians and Africans who doesn't have any multiple sclerosis because they don't have cars. They don't. And let us look at the factors we are making ourselves and who is misleading us all that time. So we consume the wrong carbohydrate. Let's look at the fat. Two kinds of fat available. One is a vegetable fat, like oil, and the other is animal fat. Which one you were encouraged always to use for the last 50 years? Animal fat and lard. Correct? Even McDonald's, even Kentucky Fried Chicken, they use it. And nobody said anything until recently. And animal fat has been proven to be dangerous for us, and consumption of it is dangerous for us, and vegetable fat has been the best. Who recommended animal fat for years? They did. The AMA did, and the American Dietetic Association did. I belong to the AMA. I'm a member of the AMA. But because I'm a member, I'm not going to stand there and say, yes, sir, I'm going to listen to anything ignorant you're going to tell the public. I'm going to say, no, you're absolutely wrong. Number one, you're not expert on nutrition to talk about it. They're not. Neither of them. And I am. Number two, the statement itself doesn't make sense. You know, don't take food supplements. It's dangerous. How can you just go to 200 million, 250 now, million Americans, and you don't know how each one is living, how each one is eating, how much stress each one under, how much chemical each one consuming, until all of them, none of you need the food supplement. It's such a stupid statement. They should be prosecuted, actually put in jail for saying such things. These are the same people. These are the same people a few years ago put ads on TV to tell kids drink alcohol instead of drinking water. In the United States of America, about 5 years ago, you saw the ad on TV, the guy who was very thirsty in the desert. And then he was telling somebody give him a glass of cold water to drink. And he turned it down to get a straw beer. You saw that, or didn't you? Do you understand the psychology behind the advertisement? You might have looked at it, it doesn't mean anything to you. But take 10-year-old kids or 6-year-old kids, show them the ad. Ask them after they saw the ad, what will you drink if you're thirsty? What do you think they're going to tell you? They're going to tell you, I drink beer. And who allowed it? The same experts allowed that. So we can't just, I was so mad when I saw that somebody stands, this is my country now. I've been here 20 years. I'm doing it because I love this country. I love health. I love nutrition. I love people to enjoy their life. That's what I love to do the most. And then when I see somebody so dishonest coming to tell people such thing, it makes me upset that somebody is paying for it, somebody making them do that. You got to remember something about health. When health goes, nothing can replace it. Nothing. It doesn't matter how much money you have. You lost your health, you got nothing left, isn't it? You're going to die, you're going to leave it behind you. Or you're going to get sick, you're going to spend it in hospital or surgery. Or you might not enjoy it at all. But with health, you can make money. But money doesn't make health. So we can't be misled with this type of advertising, and we have to start fighting back. When you see something like that on TV, you got to start writing to your senators. You got to start putting action. I don't have to be the one who comes today to tell you the ad about 5 months ago, or 2 years ago, about straw beer. Lots of you should have realized that. My kids saw it. Other kids saw it. We should not allow that on TV. So, we consume the wrong fat. Is it true or not? Is it true? I don't have the time today. Last lecture, maybe we have explained that vegetable fat is the best oil. It's the best thing you can put in your body. The best thing you can put in your body is this type. Vegetable oil in any amount. Okay, I'm not saying barrels per day, but in any amount. Don't worry about the weight. You can burn it through exercise. But it has so much antioxidant in it, so much helpful. Like using oil and taking vitamin C and both antioxidants, the power of vitamin C is exceeded by over 1,000 times. Becomes more powerful. Because the oil itself will protect the vitamin C from getting destroyed in the body when it's going around to do its job. Because the oil itself is an antioxidant also. So taking oil and then adding lecithin to the oil, together, taking lecithin and taking antioxidant like vitamin C and A and B, you achieve almost the ultimate way of fighting disease in the human body. Then we go to the point of the lecture, vitamins. Do we need to take vitamins or not? This is the one started the problem right here. We leave it for a few minutes. Then for the water, are we consuming the right water inside our body? Are we? We not. We were told about 30 years ago, rather drink a glass of water, you shouldn't. You should drink a Coke or Pepsi. And the advertisement became so tempting, it brainwashed all of us that we prefer a Pepsi or a Coke over a glass of water any time when we thirst. Most of us will do that. Is it better to drink water in the form of water or drink it in the form of beer and Pepsi like the advertisers say? Of course, water. Are we consuming it in the form of water? Are we consuming enough water in our body? Of course not. 8 to 10 glasses, large glasses of water every day you consume with nothing in it except the water itself? We're not. That causes gradual dehydration. That gradual dehydration causes concentration of the chemicals inside the cell. Concentration of chemicals inside the cell causes aging and causes disease. You follow me or no? Then the minerals. Do we need extra minerals? So the food supplement lies in vitamins and minerals. Let us look at the vitamin and minerals, and we already have enough factors we talked about that cause our diseases so far. I'm just adding a little bit more to the misery right here by talking about, yes, we do need extra vitamins and extra minerals. Let us look at the vitamins in general. There are two kinds of vitamins the body needs. I know you might say the water soluble, the oil soluble. No. One kind of vitamins that it builds the body. And the other kind of body, it fights disease. Is this clear or not? A group that it gets rid of chemicals out of your system. That's called antioxidant system or anti-free radical system. That group is vitamin what? Vitamin C, vitamin E. No, last lecture I mentioned one. Now is vitamin B added to them and lecithin. And of course, I talked about the oil also. These vitamins are made where? Where do we get vitamins from? From food. We're supposed to get the vitamin from the food we eat. What kind of food we get the vitamins from are anything grown on earth. Vegetables and fruits are the main source of vitamins and minerals. You follow me so far or no? We both agree with them on that. It is true that good vegetable, good fruit will have the vitamins and minerals we need. We don't disagree with that. Let us take a plant. That plant is going to make a vitamin, like vitamin, which is made of 4 units of amino acids. The plant makes from the nitrogen in the air, and the plant will suck from down below right here, the earth, the soil, some cyanide, and put it right here, connected right here, cyanide. And the plant will suck from the soil a cobalt and connect it right here, and that's a cobalt. And the substance the plant made called cyanide cobalt amine. Which vitamin is that? Vitamin B12. Okay. Vitamin 12 is cyanocobalamin. Okay, every plant makes vitamin B12, will make vitamin B12 as long as the soil has the cyanide and the cobalt. If you read the report of the Department of Agriculture, and it says the amount of cyanide of cobalt in our soil have gone down like this, 98% of it is gone from our soil. Can this tell you also the amount of B12 is going to form in our food gone down by 98%? This here is published by the Department of Agriculture in all the farmer soil in America, right here. Can we say then very safely that if cyanide and cobalt are not there, because the farmer didn't add them in his fertilizers, because he's using chemical fertilizer rather than organic fertilizers for years, and he was told by whom? By them to use chemical fertilizers also, then what the plant going to make if there is no cyanide or cobalt? It's not going to make vitamin B12 in enough quantity. Is that true or false? Have anybody gone to analyze the food we eat for the vitamin B12 content of it? No. The last analysis was done in 1942. In the books. Have anybody done it recently? Have anybody took samples of the food across America before they opened their mouths and said nobody needs extra B12? If you tell everybody you don't need B12, what you going to do about pernicious anemia, who needs B12 all the time? What you going to do about the hemophilia, who needs vitamin K supplements? What you going to do about osteoporosis, who needs calcium? All of these people being misled. They themselves said take calcium, and themselves said nobody should take food supplements. That's B12. Deficiency of B12 in our food can cause deficiency of B12 in our body. Deficiency of B12 in the body can lead to serious diseases because B12 needs B2, and B2 needs B6, B6 needs B1, and B1 needs vitamin C, and the C needs vitamin D, and the D needs the K, and the K needs the E. So all you have to do is break the cycle in one single part, and you have plenty of the others, and you have a disease. You follow me or no? This is called the cycle in the body. The chemical cycles in the body is one enzyme leads to another enzyme, to another enzyme, to another enzyme to achieve a result. Are you following me so far or no? This is complicated chemistry here. All you have to do is break that cycle in any part, and then you are lost. For example, hemophilia patients. They get factor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 9, and 10, and 11, and 12. They're missing factor 8, but they still bleed. Because only one factor it takes to break the cycle. So we have to start realizing here that not because I am taking a cereal, it says on it has protein, carbohydrate, and fat, and B1, and B2, and B3, and B4, and something. I got everything I want. No. There are so many vitamins undiscovered yet. And there is so many minerals, we don't know the value of it in the human body yet. Recently, we knew about manganese. Before that, we knew magnesium. A few years ago, we knew about iron. Before that, we knew about copper. We don't know yet the effect of certain mineral deficiency in the body. Selenium, only 3-4 years ago, we knew the benefit of selenium and vitamin B and vitamin E of getting rid of aging spots and heart disease and all of that. That's one vitamin we talked about. And we took enough time for it, but I'm going to put the other vitamin very fast. Right here, we proved there is a deficiency of both vitamins and minerals in the soil. Trace minerals in the soil. Why? Because these plants are supposed to grow, supposed to go back in the soil. In the form, the farmer put it back in the soil, or the animal eat it, or a human being eat it, and the feces goes back in the soil. But since they stopped doing that, now the soil is not getting back the fertilizers it lost, and the rain keeps coming every year and washing, and then we have a big problem called vitamin and mineral deficiency. Another vitamin group that are very deficient, which can contribute to the rise of diseases, especially immune problem diseases, we talked about, such as multiple sclerosis and cancer and allergy and heart disease and all of that. This is called the group of antioxidant vitamins. Antioxidant vitamins are the vitamin C in oranges, the vitamin E in wheat germ oil, or wheat in general, and the lecithin, which comes from the seeds of the soybean, or the other group called the B-complex group, which I spoke about right here. Let us assume that this orange tree in front of me, in Orange County, California, or in Florida, making vitamin C. It is. Let us assume that the air is clean, and let us assume the soil is full of minerals. Then the orange have 100 milligrams of vitamin C, each orange, which is good for the people who lived 100 years ago. Eat the orange, still fresh, still good, you get the vitamin C right now. Right now is a different story. This vitamin C, which the function of it in the human body to fight disease. How does the vitamin C and the vitamin E fight disease? Then let us speak about diseases in general. How does people get sick? To speak about disease, let us look at the human body. Start with the skeleton right here. Skeleton made of bones. And if you take bones and look under the microscope, they are made of what? Many cells. This bone have a function for us. What does the bone do? It keeps you looking the way you are. Without it, you will look the same. That's one way. Keep supporting the body so you can walk and you can function. But what's really the function of the bone? The bone have inside it something called bone what? Marrow. And the bone marrow, if you take a piece of bone and cut it, you find the bone is like this in layers, and there is the bone marrow in the middle right here. What is the function of the bone marrow? What do they make for us? They make blood cells. They make some cells looks red. We call them red blood cells. They carry oxygen, and if we have deficiency of them, we have a disease called anemia, and we cannot breathe if we don't have enough red blood cells. There is some are white. We call them white blood cells, which are different kinds. The white blood cells, there is some of them small, called the lymph. Some of them little bit looks weird, called the segmented kind. And lots of them look so big, called the monocells. And there are all kinds of cells. Each one specialized to fight a specific disease, or a specific chemical, or a specific toxin in the human body. They make small, tiny cells, like plates, called the platelets, and their function is what? To stop bleeding if we ever cut ourselves, because the blood is contained, and it cannot come out. And to prevent it from coming out, these platelets have to form the fibers that keep the body from leaking the blood out. How does the bone marrow makes all of these cells? These are the immune cells. How do they make it? Well, first of all, there is a hole in the mouth, in the face right here called your mouth. The food has to come through it to a small organ inside here called the stomach. The food has to be digested. Then it will pass to the bowel, right? Then it has to be absorbed. Assuming you took the right protein, carbohydrate, and fat, and vitamins, and the water, and minerals. Assuming you took that, then it has to go and it gets absorbed. If you didn't take that, then the body is not going to make enough immune cells, or cells that it fights disease for us. These are the cells that fight everything. Fight chemicals, fight allergy, it fights aging, it fights everything. These cells right here. But how's the bone going to make it unless it gets the food it needs? Are you following me in that trip? How a small deficiency or a small break in the cycle, since the food leave the farm until it gets in the cell, in the bone marrow, any break through that can make a disease. Let's assume somebody have an ulcer in his stomach. He's not going to digest it properly, right? Then the food will go through, then he will develop disease. Let us assume somebody have a pancreas problem. He's not making enough digestive enzymes. Then that person also is not going to digest the food, is going to have a disease. This food is going to go through the intestine. Let's assume the person is constipated all the time, or have diarrhea all the time, or have disease in the tube right here that absorbs the food called the intestine. Can the person absorb that food or no? Most likely not, and then he have a disease. So if this food will pass to the liver, and the liver will get rid of the chemicals, and then send it where? To the heart. And the heart will send the blood and the food to where? To the bone marrow, to make the immune cells. The immune cell looks like this, or any cell looks like this. Here comes the protein, soya protein, or vegetable protein, or chicken, or fish, or poultry protein. It's easier in the intestine than beef and pork protein. There is really nothing wrong with the beef and pork protein itself. What's wrong with it is the chemical in the fat, in the beef, or the pork, that the farmer added it to it, or the animal got it from the air, put it in the fat, put it in the meat. The chicken cannot do that. The chicken fat does not have the same character like pork fat. This is the cell, and the protein came the carbohydrate came, the starches I talked about earlier, and the fat came, vitamins, the water, and the minerals and oxygen all came to the cell. This food goes inside the cell. Let us say this cell is not an immune cell. Let's say this cell is a brain cell. Still going to need the food to come in to function as a brain cell. Let us say this cell is a thyroid cell. Thyroid cells make thyroid hormone, right? Then for the thyroid gland to make a thyroid hormone, it needs the protein, the oxygen, everything like any other cell. Let's say this cell is an ovary cell, supposed to be making estrogen and progesterone in a cycle in the woman within 21 days. Then these cells need the same thing to make estrogen and progesterone and control the cycle. And any disturbance in this system here, because the cell didn't get it, because you didn't eat it, or you didn't digest it, or you didn't absorb it, or you didn't distribute it to the body because the heart is weak, or it didn't get to the bone marrow because you have so much blocked arteries that the blood didn't get there. The final fact is the cell did not get what it wants. If the cell doesn't get what it wants, what happens is going to get sick. Let us assume the cell got what it wants. Inside the human cell, there is a big nucleus, a guy sitting inside the cell. His name is DNA, looks like a Buddha. He controls everything goes around him. Mr. DNA in the thyroid, he knows that cell has to make thyroid hormone every day. Mr. DNA in the ovary, he knows that cell of his has to make estrogen or progesterone every day. Mr. DNA in the adrenal gland, he knows that his cell is going to make adrenaline or noradrenaline or catecholamines or cholesterol or whatever hormone is going to be made. This DNA in the heart muscle, his job, he knows, his job is to make the cell make lots of energy so the heart keep working all the time. Mr. DNA in the kidney, his job, he knows he needs the food so he can release the chemicals with the urine out of the system. It's the same function, but different organs and different diseases. You understand? DNA have around him a laboratory. This laboratory here called mitochondria have guys, chemists inside sitting right here. Their job is to make what the DNA tells them to make. And every day at 4 o'clock in the morning, the DNA is still awake, always awake, never goes to sleep. He called these guys right here, tell them wake up. They wake up and they start looking around. What do we need today? Oh, that guy needs some adrenaline so he can wake up. Or he needs some thyroid so he have energy. Or he needs some some glucose in the cell so he have more heat. Whatever the cell needs, they wake up about 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning, and then they need to make all of these things the cells need. How do they make it? By getting the food inside. How do they get the food inside? They have a small telephone, and they call this guy. He said, we need today, this guy's 3 o'clock, he's still asleep, and today here's the shopping list for today. That's what we need so he can wake up. Because if they never wake up themselves, you know it. This guy here, he will send a messenger with a shopping list in his hand toward a doorman sitting right here. This here called RNA messenger. He takes that to this guy here, which we didn't know it exists until 1967. His name is vitamin E. And vitamin E, we find out he is the doorman who allows certain nutrients to go inside the cell when the cell wants it. You got to remember, not every protein you eat and vitamins and minerals are going to go inside every cell. That will become impossible for the body to function. So it has to be a selective system for every cell. Do you understand how the human body should work? Not everything you eat is going to go inside every cell. The cell would get only what it wants, and the rest will go out. But you rather have extra any time than deficiency. Extra, you know it. You feel good, and the excess goes outside. But deficiency of one of these things right here will spell a disaster. Not tomorrow, maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. It takes time to develop a disease. If, for example, you have a deficiency of oxygen, you know it. In 5 minutes, you're dead. Because if you don't have oxygen, you die. But if you have deficiency of protein, it takes time for the body to break down. The kids in Africa, it takes them months and months and months and months before they die. Because the body keeps trying to make things whatever he got. So deficiency always creates disaster. Excess can be harmful if it exceeds. This is why we tell people there are certain nutrients you need to take more of than less of. It depends on your disease, what disease you want to fight. When this nutrient enters the body, what happens? It goes here, and energy is made, and the hormones are made, and everything is made. Is this clear? But there is something else is made inside the cell. That's something else called hydrogen peroxide. Since the first day you're born, the first time you start breathing, you are forming hydrogen peroxide or oxidant material waste inside the cell. There is no way a cell can eat and make something unless it makes waste. There is no way. It just doesn't happen in life. You produce something without producing waste. You have to have waste all the time. This waste inside the cell is poison to the cell. Then there is a vitamin right in this cell right here called antioxidant. His name is vitamin E. He takes these and puts them outside in the bloodstream. So the cell is clean. Then another vitamin comes with two hands over his head like this. He grabs them and runs with them all the way to the kidney, open the door, and go out with them. His name is vitamin C. They need help. They need some oil, some lecithin, and B complex to do their job properly. This is anti-disease group, B, C, and E. If we have deficiency of them, what happened to the cell? What happened? Accumulation of what? Take it gradually. Accumulation of poison gradually. Start showing slowly. If you are lucky, it starts accumulating in one organ more than the other. So if it starts accumulating in the heart first, before any other organ, you develop a heart disease first. If it starts accumulating in the brain first, before other organs, you develop memory problem, Alzheimer's disease first. If it starts concentrating in the nerve cells first, then you develop nerve problem first. Are you following me or no? It depends which cell was unlucky during that period of time. But the fact is this, the cell develops something in it that it cannot get rid of, and that cell starts dying or drying up. Some people have little bit in every part of the body. The brain has some, the skin has some, the eye has some, the heart has some, all over the body. We call that the aging process. That the skin starts showing signs of brown spots on it, start getting shiny, the memory starts going away, the vision starts going down, the hearing starts going down, the joints start going down, and that's generalized sclerosis of the human body. If it happens in the arteries, we call it arteriosclerosis. Sclerosis means what in Latin? Drying up. Sclerosis in Latin means drying up. So if this has happened on the artery, drying of the artery called arteriosclerosis. Hardening of the artery or drying of the artery. If that happens in the skin, we call dryness of the skin or scleroderma. If this happens in the nerves, in many spots, we call it multiple sclerosis, means dryness in many spots. So the names we give to disease is what we see in front of us in anatomy or physiology under the microscope. We're describing only what we see. This group of vitamins then contribute to disease, and deficiency of it contributes to disease. Lack of these contributes to disease. So the problem is not as simple as one thing, that if you take the vitamins, the problem is going to be solved. You have to find out if you are taking the right amount. You have to understand if you're taking the right proportion. You have to understand, are you digesting it? Are you absorbing it? And then you have to study the body function. Are the body really working right or not? Maybe some organs are not working right and affecting other organs. If we look at this problem right here then, and we find that plant we were looking at right here a long time ago, we find out this is the orange with vitamin C. It's supposed to look like this, vitamin C, with two open hands, so it can grab what? The oxygen from inside the cell. So it should not have anything in its hand, right? That's called reduced form of vitamin C, not oxidized form of vitamin C. I'm switching to chemistry for some of you who know a little bit of chemistry. So vitamin C is supposed to be antioxidant. It's not already oxidized. You follow me or no? Vitamin E in the return is wheat germ and other forms. It looks like this, and it has more hands than vitamin E does, than vitamin C does. So which one is more potent antioxidant, vitamin C or vitamin E? This is why vitamin E is a very special vitamin to the human body. These two right here, let's suppose this orange tree was raised in Orange County, California or Florida, and the air happened accidentally to have in Riverside lots of smog. Like carbon monoxide, maybe they don't have it, but we know they have it. And lead oxide from leaded gasoline, carbon monoxide from cars and automobiles and from factories, sulfur oxide from many sources, oxide we call it ozone because we destroyed the layer which protects us against the ozone from coming to us from outside. I'm sure you heard about that. This material, it looks like what? What should we call them? The oxidant material. They go inside right here to Mr. Vitamin C and fill his hand in the orange tree before even it comes here. Should that affect the taste in any way? No. Because when you taste the orange, you're not tasting the vitamin C. Basically what you're tasting, the water and the sugar in it. That's all you're tasting. Is it sour? That doesn't have enough sugar yet. Is it sweet? Yes, it has lots of sugar in it. And maybe some flavoring with it. But the vitamin itself, not supposed to taste, and not supposed to taste good even if you take it concentrated. So we cannot tell about the taste of the orange juice, is it good or bad. But let us think now, can the smog in these oranges in California, before it comes to us here, destroy some of the antioxidants in the oranges, in the field, before we get it? Can this destruction affect the amount of good vitamin C we consume. You understand? Can this decrease in the good vitamin C we consume cause disease? Everything is yes. Then you take that orange and you put it in a truck and bring it right here to Wisconsin. And the truck with 55 miles an hour, now it's going to be 65. It takes longer days to come here. So the longer you store an orange, the more vitamin C is going to be destroyed. Is that true or not? Then it comes in the supermarket. And they put it for a few days and you buy it. Then you take it home, you put it in the refrigerator for a few days and you squeeze it for the kids. And in the end, you have a glass of orange juice with vitamin C. My question to you, do you have vitamin C in the orange juice you squeeze after all of that or not? Yes, you do. But what form of it? Saturated vitamin C, oxidized vitamin C. This is the argument they try to tell us. Yeah, we're giving you vitamin C in the oranges. If you eat oranges, you get vitamin C. Ask him, you stupid person, do you know the difference between good vitamin C and bad vitamin C? So what are you talking about? Do you know the difference between oxidized vitamin C and reduced vitamin C? No. I said, go back to school then and learn there are certain things called reduced substances like vitamin E and C that if you oxidize it, they're going to die. And if they die, they're no good. He doesn't understand that. But he can stand on TV and talk. Vitamin E is the same thing. It gets oxidized. So let us use science, not emotion, when we talk about our problem of autoimmune diseases and other diseases, because we created those diseases in our society. Should we take food supplements? Yes, we should. Mostly antioxidants, vitamin C and E and B. But should we take minerals? Yes. Calcium, magnesium, manganese, potassium, all of these things, we're not getting it in the food, so we have to get it from someplace else. The human body has the ability to fight diseases. And when we talk about diseases like I've been talking about, let us look at the body. How does it fight disease? The human body made from a skeleton, which I showed you earlier. And if you cover that with the skin, I use green skin right here. Skin is an organ too. Do you know the skin is the most important organ in our society here? That's right. But do you know people like each other and dislike each other with the color of their skin? Do you know if the skin looks young, you like them? If it looks old, you don't? Do you know if the color just changes a little bit, you hate the person or you like him according to what we see? You know what I'm talking about? We educated ourselves in a wrong way that actually the skin is nothing but something to cover everything inside, but we made a big thing out of it. Every year somebody has said you have to have a birthday. Birthday is nothing but a date to remind you how old you are. And if you forgot, then they keep reminding you. You know, this is why back in Egypt, they never celebrate birthday. The skin is made from cells. The bone is made from cells. The mouth, the stomach, the intestine, made of cells. The liver, made of cells. I hope you follow me. I'm working through the human body now. The pancreas, made of cells. The heart, which is also important, you know that, made of cells. The organs some people don't have, made of cells. The two organs in the back here called the kidneys, also made of cells. The two organs in right here and two right here, not in the same individual. These are the ovaries and the testicles made of cells. So when disease occurs, it occurs inside the cell. Okay? The human body has the ability to fight disease. And the way it fights disease, there are certain locations in the body that disease occurs the most. These are wherever the opening is. Wherever you have an opening, more disease occur in that location. In the mouth, there's lots of sore throat. In the ear, there's lots of ear infection. In the urinary opening, there's lots of urinary tract infection. In the rectum opening, there's always lots of problem right there. Because it's open to the outside, and when it's open to the outside, too many chemicals, too many germs always attack in the human body. For that reason, you'll find lots of lymph glands here, and you'll find lots of lymph glands down here, and lots of lymph glands around the body, around the bowels inside right there. Inside the blood, every day, since the first day you are born, there are cells called the guard cells, called the white blood cells. Those cells, all the time, they're swimming inside the bloodstream. Their function to look around, each one of them have a telescope or binocular, and look around for anything strange they can find. Anything that the cell itself did not destroy. Anything that could be swimming in the bloodstream. Such as somebody ate the wrong food. Somebody ate too much chocolate. Or a bacteria or a germ like a virus, like hepatitis or mono or AIDS virus, it sneaks inside the body. Or a cell from another organ that lifts its place and become cancer and traveling to another location. Are you following what I'm saying or not? So we are covering cancer, allergy, almost any disease right here in this description. If this chemical, which enters the body, let's say it looks like this. These cells look at it the first day you're born. And once they identify it, once they look at it, they come closer and they smell it. They have a long hand that comes out like here and touch it. And they have a long tongue comes out right here and taste it. And all this information processed and sent by a telephone to a center close by called the second line of defense. To tell them, the kid just been born, he just had some milk from outside or some food or a piece of bread, and we saw a piece of something coming. It looks like this and that, and describe it to that, and we think it's good and we should keep it. So it passes. Here comes the second one. This is supposed carbohydrate. The second one looks like this. This is a protein. Then this is fat. This is a vitamin. This is a mineral. This is water. This is oxygen. Everything goes in and gets checked before it goes further. Even good food, it gets also checked. During the whole process, some germ might enter the body, like a virus, that it might look like this. Or a bacteria, it might look like this with mustaches and legs like that. Those things, look at it, identify it. Then once they realize it doesn't belong to the body, they put their hands together and they open their mouth and they eat it. And they kill it. destroyed. That's another way the body gets rid of disease beside the cell which I talked about. This is happened in the bloodstream then. And every day we are living, we get germs entering the mouth, the ear, the nose, the rectum, the vagina, every place, and you don't feel it. It just comes and goes. You have an infection, it goes away, and the immune system right here develops. These cells right here called white blood cells. There are several kinds of white blood cells. There is some called the lymphatic cells, some called the monocells, which fight mononucleosis. There is some called the segmented cells, that it fights basically big bacteria. And every one of those secretes another kind of a nutrient that even fights more if this line being passed. Let us suppose right here that you went to Mexico and you got salmonella. You ate salmonella. Salmonella goes inside right here. The cell tried to eat it, then couldn't. Because the salmonella has inside it a chemical that once it sees the cell coming closer to eat it, it releases it and kills all of them, put them to sleep all at once. This called the toxin that it carries. Could you believe then the human body will be destroyed by salmonella? No. Because the next step right here, the blood passes through two big glands called lymphatic glands. All the blood has to go through the lymph. All the blood has to go through the spleen. And there comes the cell called the salmonella walking through. And this salmonella killed everything. But these guys here got the information already what to do about it before they died, they called them. They told them, we saw something is red and it has something in it, it's going to put us to sleep pretty soon, and then here we go and good luck. And this thing moving across. And all of a sudden you have diarrhea and you have fever, you have all of these symptoms. Then, right here, the brain of those lymphatic cells immediately releases something looks like this, like nails, and then releases something looks like this, looks like a hammer, and releases, and then somebody will take this nail and bang it inside right here. Not only that, build on it. More nails and many of them all over the body of that cell. That actually happened. It looks like nails when we look at it under electron microscope. We don't know what it is. It comes out and it keeps stabbing the foreign cell until the cell blew up completely. So the human body who survived since Adam and Eve is well prepared to handle disease if we give it the chance to fight back. But if it doesn't have the chance to fight back, how you expect healing and recovery to occur? And we already talked for many minutes already over this point. This system right here called the complement fixation system in laboratory. These are complements. It gets fixed. Complement fixation system means destroy the cell with a complement fixation. If this here fails to do it, then right here comes another group that it has completely different picture. Some of them looks like this, some of them have different shapes, and we call them the immune globulin group. The globulin, if you heard about globulin, these are the ultimate fighting mechanism, the globulins. They are the A group, the E group, the M group, and G group. IgA, IgM, and IgG, IgM, and IgD, the 5 of them. Each one fights a specific thing. During our life, some cells start causing disease, like, for example, cancer cells. Let us assume this germ here, it is not a germ, but a cancer cell coming or developing inside the body. Why did the cancer cell develop? What is cancer anyway? Cancer, first of all, is a very serious disease because we know that cancer of the colon, the breast, the lung, the brain, the skin, and all of this on the rise. We know that we have not really defeated cancer yet. We know that cancer only occurs in weak bodies, not healthy individuals. Anytime you insult the human body, once you do insult them by eating too many chemicals, having so much deficiency, then the immune system suffers, and the first thing you have, these things called cancer cells develop. If you take an organ like the liver, right here, it has its own cells, the good cells, right here. That it does detoxification, makes amino acids, makes hormones, removes chemicals, and does all of that inside the liver. Sometimes some of these cells feel like growing up. So that cell starts to look different. Looks green. Used to be red, now it looks green. Immediately, those cells, the white blood cells we talked about before, they're traveling every place. They look at it and say, that cell like the house used to be red, now it looks green. That doesn't look right. Then they start coming closer and closer to it. And they taste it, they smell it, there's communication between cells and cells, and they say, that's a strange cell. That's not supposed to be there. Immediately they call the immune system. Be ready. If that cell comes through, kill it. We're going to try to eat it. And the white blood cells come, open their mouth, and they start biting it and kill it. Everyone develops cancer cells every single day. Everyone does. But not everyone has cancer. Why is that? Because you fight them off. Everyone develops infection every day. But not everyone has fever and dying from infection. Why is that? Because you fight it off. When you're sitting right here, don't you think the billions in the bacteria in your mouth, in your ear, in your intestine, trying to get inside the warm, nice, clean blood and get food from inside? No? They try, but they will fail because the body defense system is there to protect it. Once that cell leaves there, that cancer is spreading. Means what? Means the first stage of defense has failed. Most likely, the second stage of defense will fail if the first stage fails. Most likely, it will happen. So people who have cancer, develop cancer of any sort, what does this tell us? Tell you if I have the cancer. Once even. Tell you that your immune system has failed to get rid of cancer. Even if you have chemotherapy and surgery already, it's still, all it has to happen once you had it, maybe next time would be more serious. So once this develops cancer, it tells you immune system needs help immediately. And immune system needs help through the whole process I talked about all night. Not just taking a magic pill is going to make the immune system work. Not the immune system is not the system that you can take a drug to improve it. It doesn't work that way. It's a complex system. Let me ask you a question. Suppose this person doesn't have a cancer. But when he ate some chocolate or milk or any of that, gets allergy to it. You develop a reaction to everything he eats. Is allergy a disease or a symptom of a disease? Allergy is not a disease. It's not a diagnosis. Allergy is a symptom. You took penicillin, you got hives. You're allergic to penicillin. The diagnosis is poor immune system. It could not tolerate penicillin. You ate a chocolate, you have hives from it. All that stuff should be gone when you were 6 months old to 8 years old. This is the time, 6 months to 8 years old, you get rid of all your allergies. But if the allergy lasts over 8 years, this means the immune system is still in the infantile stage, baby stage, not developed completely yet. Because the human body immune system gets better with age. The older you live, the better the immune system gets. That's why we tell people, if you pass through the 30s and 40s, get to the 50s, you probably can make it to 100 easier. The first 50 years is harder because this is when you're going to develop many diseases. The second 50 years is easier because the heart gets better with age. Circulation gets better with age, now it gets worse. It's supposed to at least. And also the immune system gets better. I mean, how many times you're going to have sore throats? Eventually you have to have some kind of immunity to it. So you don't have all sore throats all your life. Stop when you're 17. You don't have all this ear infection. Stop when you're 12. You don't have all these infections here and there because the body gets better all the time. But when the body is still have allergy in it, that tells you that the defense system, which you cannot tolerate a chocolate and a pollen and this, it might not be able to defend itself against serious infection like salmonella or a serious virus like AIDS or hepatitis or mono, or it might not be able to defend itself against a cancer cell, or it might not be able to defend itself against just regular aging process. Because aging process, what happened through aging process? Let's go to that liver and show some aging in it. Let's suppose this cell dies because it has so many peroxides, oxidants we talked about earlier. What happened? What happened? It causes scars. The white blood cells comes and eat it away. So the regeneration process keeps going always in the human body. So diseases like allergy, like infections, like cancer, diseases like organs being affected like the joints, rheumatoid arthritis, the nerves in multiple sclerosis, the heart and rheumatic fever, the intestinal ulcerative colitis, all of these diseases we call autoimmune disease because the immune system, rather than fighting against, starts fighting against itself. So these cells right here, the immune system cells, rather than fighting something strange, for some reason, they cannot do that, so they go against the body itself. When they go against the joints, they attack it and cause rheumatoid arthritis. When they go against the heart valve, they attack it like a rheumatic fever. When they go against the skin, they attack it like in scleroderma or lupus. When they or psoriasis or arthritis, all of these autoimmune diseases. So the word autoimmune disease, it means the immune system needs some help. That's all it means. When you hear the word AIDS, AIDS, it's really carried too far. They use a title, it doesn't belong to that disease. AIDS is not the disease. AIDS, immune deficiency disease, they called it. How about cancer? Still immune deficiency disease. It's actually infection by a virus. They don't know what it is. And one day it's going to be like hepatitis. Like hepatitis used to be autoimmune disease, AIDS. Influenza used to be AIDS because it's immune deficiency syndrome. But because AIDS we don't know, we call it that. Is it a serious disease? Probably not. Probably it is serious in those individuals who have too many of these viruses attacking them all the time because their sexual habits or the blood transfusion in so much came in one time that the immune system couldn't handle it. So what can we do about all of these problems? We go to square one. First of all, whatever symptom you have is still a symptom. It's not a diagnosis. Many times people came to me and said, I had psoriasis. I discovered it was not psoriasis. It was lupus. Or somebody comes and says, I have irritable bowel syndrome, turned out to be Crohn's disease. Somebody comes and says, I have itching in my skin, turned out to be cancer or a fungus infection. Diagnosis, it has to be done first. That's number one in any treatment. Without either a correct diagnosis, you are guessing. Once you have the diagnosis, that disease has to be treated as follows. Number one are medical treatment. Means, can medicine, we're not talking about nutrition now, can medicine do something to slow down that disease or get rid of it? Or it can't. Then, once we have the diagnosis, then we can answer the question. Let us say a cancer in the skin. And we know that if you remove it by biopsy, remove it by surgical excision, you get rid of it. So number one treatment for that diagnosis is what? Get rid of it. You follow me? This is called the logic approach. Still nutrition coming here and exercise, meditation, and detoxification coming, but still number one thing after diagnosis is still medicine. What can medicine do? Let's say another disease, high blood pressure. Somebody's blood pressure is 300 or 200. First thing to do is medical alone. What can I do medically to get rid of that danger? Can anything be done? Then we go to medicine and ask, all right, can we give the guy some medication to lower the blood pressure or not? You see what I mean? And if we fail here or we didn't, then we add step number two. That's called nutrition. Nutrition means eating the proper protein, the vegetarian protein. Eating the proper carbohydrate means mostly starches, not sweets. Eating the proper fat means oil, not lard and animal fat. Getting enough right amount of food, vitamins and minerals inside the body and water, and this is called the nutrition department. We talked about that. Number three, stress adds a lot to disease. And under stress, cancer can flourish. And with relaxation, cancer can disappear easier. People who have cancer, take two individuals who have the same disease. One has stress, one does not. The one who does not have as much stress will heal faster than the one who has too much stress. Are you following me or no? We didn't know why until recently when we discovered the interferon, which is antibody. Again, it's an antibody like gamma globulin inside the body. It forms inside your body in very high amount when you're happy, and it gets slowed down when you are depressed. So stress itself is a big factor, and stress is from many things, from the house, from work, from the environment itself. You know, you can't just come to every individual and say, what's your stress? Everybody in the stress is different from others. But you take an individual who's going to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, has to go right here, has to go to the office, you find the car broke, the van broke. That is a stress. But for somebody else, it might not be. Stress, mostly internal. 90% of the stress is internal stress and 10% from outside. But still, the 10% from outside can create problems. You take a guy who has a weak heart and put him under stress, scare him, he's going to have a heart attack and die. You know, I mean, when you scared him, that didn't really cause a heart attack, did it? It's just a contributing factor added to it, that's all. But the disease itself is there. Take a guy who gets very upset all the time, he takes aspirin and he has an ulcer. Did the aspirin cause the ulcer? No. The aspirin contributed to existing weak stomach. That's what it did. So don't put the blame in the aspirin. The body itself is not strong enough. This stress can be controlled by many ways. Number one, sleep is a good way to get rid of stress. When we talk about sleep, we're talking about a very good night's sleep. A sleep that you sleep deep, that you dream, that you're not aware with anything around you. There's no noise, there is no light, there's nobody bothering you, and that's for 7 hours or more. If that doesn't happen, it doesn't matter how much nutrition you have. If you don't have enough sleep, you're still going to get sick. Meditation helps to get rid of stress. Exercise is a good stress because exercise itself is a stress, and you cannot have two stresses at one time. So physical stress can get rid of mental stress because you cannot have two pains in your body in two different locations, can you? Can you have two pains in two different locations? No, you can't. Because it's only the major pain take over the minor pain always. You can have pain in your finger, but if you burn your hand, you feel that, you don't feel this finger at all. It's only one pain source you can feel at one time. This is the neurology. This is how the neurons of the body works. It's only one message can travel at one time. That's right. That's right. That's a good way to do it. You can carry lots of cement blocks in your home, you know, and that's the way to do it. But that's true. That is very true. You know, the person always can feel one kind of pain, but meditation, sleep, exercise, all of this control. How about vacation? Can vacation get rid of stress? The vacation most of the time is the cause of stress. Because we taught ourselves the wrong way to take a vacation. A vacation is the time the body spends to relax from the stressful environment it was in and get better. Well, you take a couple people at home, always fighting, going on a trip together, they're still going to fight. That's not a vacation. Then they go to a place that have lots of music, loud music. That's a stress. Then they start having drinking and then partying and all of this. That's another stress. It's not relaxation. Alcohol and drugs are not a relaxing factor. It's a fake way to make the body relax, to take a drug or alcohol. You think you enjoy it, you're not. Actually, you're destroying the body more. So vacation should be the time you enjoy, that you feel relaxed after the vacation. I go to a airport, look at the people coming from Hawaii. You couldn't believe it. When they're going, they're all cheerful and happy and dancing. They're coming back with flowers. Okay. Then the last thing we do with our patients when we deal with this treatment, if anybody have problem, we go through the diagnosis and all of that, something called detoxification. We have certain chemicals in our air and food and water. Some of these chemicals, the vitamin E, C, and B, the antioxidant can get rid of. Everyday life is going in all the time. The other chemicals called the heavy metals. The lead, the arsenic, the strontium, this group which you find it in pipes, in water, in the air, in everyday living things. Sometimes it goes inside the human body and stays there and builds up and builds up and builds up in the body and causes the disease. So we adopted a system that after the diagnosis, the medical and nutritional and this goes together in one time, and we find that we do have a very wonderful result using that system. I'm going to stop in about, what time did we start? 7:30? 7:40. Okay, I'm going to take about 10 minutes and questions and answers, and that will be the end of the lecture today. Okay. Anybody have questions in this section first, and then I go to that section? Remember, the next lecture, probably, we're going to add some of this lecture to the next lecture yet. We have not covered allergy very deeply. We have not covered cancer very deeply. We have not covered arthritis, which is autoimmune disease, very deeply. And last lecture about the heart, I didn't have a chance to cover strokes and Raynaud's disease and poor circulation in the hands and feet and gangrene and all of that. So next lecture probably is a lecture that we're going to cover what we could not cover tonight. So anybody have questions this side right here?
Should we be drinking tap water or should we be drinking something else?
The question is, should we be drinking tap water or something else? Well, tap water have lots of chemicals. The best water to drink is the drinking water comes in bottles that you buy or deliver to your home. If you don't have that, then you have to get a water purification system in your house by reverse osmosis. That's the best way, and use that water for drinking and everything else. However, if you can't find that, then you can find a way to get rid of the chemicals in the water by filtration or any of that. If you can do that, you can distill the water and add minerals to it to drink it. The final report is this: these chemicals in the air and water and food goes to our drinking water. In the pipes or in the well, it's going to go there. Well water is a little bit better than city water. Well water, it depends how deep is the well. If that well is 250 feet, you got a fantastic water in Arizona. If that water is 70 feet, there's not much going to be filtered. Even the septic tank is going to go that far. So it depends how deep is the well. So you really have to analyze the water, send it to the laboratories for analysis, or assume what I tell you through that water probably have some heavy metals and other things, and you should get some bottled water, at least for drinking and cooking.
Can you assume that the bottled water is always...
Yes. Can you assume that the bottled water for drinking is always good? Yes, I can. Because drinking water company, that's one thing about the FDA they did very well. They did produce a very good drinking water. It has all the minerals in it. It doesn't have any chemicals in it, and I admire them for that. The quality control and the water is very good in this country. Oh, you can keep it for 100 years. There's nothing happened to water when it's set. Still the same way. It depends, if what falls in it. Still that way or not. Anybody have any questions here? Yes. I think we're going to have a lecture, we didn't have it yet, on diabetes and hypoglycemia. But what happened is this, we don't have enough time to go through every word said in this lecture. It has a lot. You can write a book behind probably every word been mentioned, okay? This is just a general summary lecture. You drink sugar, it goes in the bloodstream immediately. The insulin has to be released immediately. The insulin released more than the sugar,
and you feel good, half an hour later you feel bad. This is why I make it simple. I say starches, not simple sugars. So I made it general for you to follow. If you want a specific, then we have to wait until hypoglycemia lecture. Yes, sir.
I heard a radio commercial the other day about cod liver oil, and they were saying that was a good source of omega-3 fatty acids. Is there a difference between cod liver oil and EPA?
No. EPA is probably better than cod liver oil. That's number one. Cod liver oil has advantage. It has more probably beta-carotene in it, more vitamin A in it. It's a natural source. It's from the cod. It's the oil. There is no advantage over that over salmon oil or fish oil or any fish. I just don't like the smell of that stuff, you know. So I rather eat vegetable oil. It has what I want. I eat more of it than eat lots of salmon oil. But if you eat lots of salmon, you eat lots of fish, you have plenty of it in Wisconsin. It is true, it's polluted, it still have oil. You get in lots of cod liver oil through that. There is not much difference between that and any other oil from the fish family. Yes? Well, this is not diabetes lecture, but juvenile diabetes is a disease where the child was born not secreting enough insulin through damage in the pancreas by a virus infection or a chemical or radiation or damage through birth, or the mother didn't make it right. You can do nothing about it. You have to take the insulin. However, going in that diet, in my experience with juvenile diabetes, they did a lot better. And when we get to the diabetes lecture, I'm going to talk about people we had that were in 100 units of insulin, and now they are in 5 units of insulin, or no insulin at all. So this kind of program, it does help acquire diseases, like cancer, multiple sclerosis, all of that. This is not hereditary diseases. Hereditary diseases like Down syndrome, diabetes, juvenile diabetes, and that type of thing, it's very difficult to cure it, of course, because the genetic damage is being done. But the future for juvenile diabetes is great, because once you control the blood sugar very closely with diet and insulin, I think the day will come that you can actually take a pancreas cells from the family members and give it to them, transplant it there. Within probably the next 10 years is going to happen. So their future is very good. Yes, in the back. Sludge in agricultural land? What is sludge in agricultural land? What is it? Something they add to the soil? Oh, a sewer treatment? That's what you mean in agricultural land? From a sewer treatment plant? That's what this means? Oh, I think that it probably have more value to the soil than harm, if that's what this means. Talking about from the soil. It has the chemicals, but it has the trace minerals also. So if we have a plant there, plant is going to absorb what it needs only. It's not going to absorb what it doesn't need. You follow me or no? And probably a plant grown in organic fertilizers from a soil plant is probably will improve that soil rather than hurt it. I don't know if that's a question or not. Is that it will be a better, this is how your grandfather used to do things anyway. It's the same way. Take all the waste, put it in one place, let it ferment, put it back in the soil. This is what we're asking for, to do it that way. But there is not enough sewer to do it, and the farmers never going to be able to put all the missing trace minerals back in the soil. They never can do that right now. In my own farm, where I raise my own hay to my own horses, I find 32 trace minerals missing. And then I said, what kind of food I'm going to grow to this animal? So I had to add all the trace minerals, which cost lots of money, to be able to grow good food for them. But the good food and the bad food still look the same. But, deficiency is not going to show in the way the alfalfa look. The same thing with tomato and cucumber and oranges. Not because they're big and look good, this means nutrition. That's not true. Okay, we'll start in the back there. Anybody here in this section? Yes, in the back. Drinking ice water, is that good for you? I really haven't found any scientific reason that ice water can be harmful to the body. Because if you drink it slowly, it's going to be warm by the time it hits the stomach. The temperature of the esophagus is 98 degrees and steaming, and by the time that water, which is probably around 36 degrees you drink, is not ice, probably around 36, 38 degrees or 40 degrees, will hit around 80 or 90. But if you drink in ice, it will cause a spasm in the stomach, but that's about it. There's nothing else I know of. It can be any harmful to anything else. No, we are in this section right here. Yes, ma'am. Multiple sclerosis, as I mentioned before, it's a progressive disease. It's a disease that the Multiple Sclerosis Society said nutrition has absolutely nothing to do with it, or it's not going to help it. And anybody make a statement says that nutrition never going to help that person or that disease, that person doesn't know what he's talking about, because the only person really knows for sure what's going to happen inside a human body is the Lord himself. If you don't believe in that, then believe that there is always a chance of when you do everything right, you get a better response than doing everything wrong. From my experience with patients with multiple sclerosis, my patients are doing a lot better than before. Okay. If you ask me specifically what you're doing, many times I cannot pinpoint what's specific. But in general, in 5 years right now, we have, in about 5,000 patients, we have probably 99% less cancer and heart disease than other practices in the same field I am in, internal medicine. So this program here, which I mentioned, it is, I explained it before, it is scientifically designed. Everything I talked about, it is scientific. And if we approach it that way, that's the only way we're going to be able to reach any improvement at all. Some diseases improve tremendously, like heart disease, like circulation problems, respond right away, like osteoarthritis, osteoporosis, digestion problem, absorption problem. Some diseases, it takes time to respond, such autoimmune diseases. It is very difficult to get a cure in it yet. But the people who are in this program doing a lot better. Yes, sir.
I have two questions quickly, if I may.
Sure.
First of all, when somebody who has not ever been involved in nutrition has an introduction to it, the system reacts by getting sick or sweating or whatever. Is that a normal reaction or not?
No.
Secondly,
No, it's not a normal reaction. The question is this: somebody never took care of their body, and all of a sudden they took some good nutrition, and their body got sick, and they reacted to it. Is that normal reaction? No, that's not normal reaction. Something wrong happened. He did something wrong. If you have a sick individual, give him a good thing, he has to feel better. Many times people don't know how good they feel now because they don't know how bad they felt a year ago. You see, that's difficult. Especially if the person living with somebody doesn't see it. But it takes somebody else from outside to see that. But what's the other part of your question?
Do you have any experience or words about Candida albicans?
Candida is normal fungus, yeast, grows in the mouth and the intestine of every human being. Their function, since we are born, is to fight diseases like viral diseases before it enters the body. When the immune system gets weaker and weaker, they take advantage of the bowel and they overgrow. And there are too many of them. The approach to that is not to kill them all or get rid of them. That's very, very dangerous. The approach is to make the immune system strong enough that it can put them under control. That is, Candida and allergy is blown out of proportion. Absolutely. And I'm really upset with these allergy theories actually these days that they say, well, your problem is yeast. Well, yeast is never your problem. Your problem is your immune system cannot tolerate the normal yeast you have. Okay? Then kill the yeast. Well, you're going to kill the yeast today. Tomorrow you're going to kill the bacteria. How are you going to kill the virus? You can't kill the virus. So what you going to do? Then they said, avoid this food and this food and this food. Okay, fine. You avoid this food. You feel good for 6 months. Then next year you avoid more food and more food and more of this. You cannot survive in this world if you're going to keep avoid everything.
Is there a best angle of attack for this thing?
The best angle of attack, what I mentioned in the lecture today. It has to be studied. You have to do it yourself. You have to see what angles I talked about. It is not followed. And then you got to understand if the symptom of allergy is digestion or inside the body, maybe it is not allergy. I had a person who was diagnosed as Candida albicans allergy, turned out to be cancer in the lungs, causing that, not allergy. Another person was diagnosed as allergy, turned out to be aortic stenosis, what the valve of the heart was closed, causing that. But the doctor who was making the diagnosis was not a cardiologist, so he didn't see that. So you cannot take a symptom and make a diagnosis out of it. A symptom is a symptom. A diagnosis is multi-symptoms. Makes a diagnosis. Any other questions? Yes.
Can you forego open heart surgery by nutrition? How far can you go?
Well, I tell you what. I'm a cardiologist. I have not had one patient yet had open heart surgery, except to my own father. He's the first one, and it didn't work. Heart is probably the easiest organ to help. This is not a cardiology lecture right here, but I'm glad you asked the question. If anybody has further questions, this is the number of my office, 312-356-9009. It's open from Monday to Friday, from 9:30 to 5:30. And Dr. Percy, my assistant, he gets all the questions, and he talks to me, discusses it with me, and if he doesn't have the answer, he will call you back for it. The name of the place we have is called Medical Care Center. Center is in Lake Villa, Illinois, by Antioch, by Waukegan, across the border right here. Lake Villa, Illinois. I really didn't come here to put my address and all of that. This is just happened all of a sudden. I think if you have any further question or specific question, we'd be glad to help you to answer it. You have to call that number. And that's it for the lecture tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you.